Good morning. Let's go. Everything's working, right? Yeah. Okay, I don't have my chat up. Let's just get that sorted. Pop out chat. There we go. Thank you very much. Okay, everything should be good. Okay, we're gonna do something a little bit strange today. A little bit different. So I want to get the pooling system up and running for the game, but yeah, I kind of. It's quite challenging to do that, right? Well, for me, it is quite challenging. I haven't done that before, so I don't really know what I'm doing. So what I'm going to do is I found a nice tutorial, very quick and short one, which should enable me to replace my pooling system with something a little, well, to create a pooling system that, generally speaking, is going to be workable for me. So I'm going to do that today. But since it's a YouTube tutorial and I didn't really have time to do it yesterday or over the weekend, generally speaking, I'm just going to watch the video on stream and figure it out as we go, which is not something I usually like to do, right? This is... I normally refrain from watching anything on stream, but I've decided that that's not really a worthwhile limitation to put myself under, because a lot of the time, the only time I have to work is on stream, and I might as well then use that to my fullest extent, and that would mean to watch a couple of YouTube videos once in a while. So, whoopsie, that's the wrong button. Okay, so this is what we're going to try and do. So, first of all, we'll come here to our time tracker. So it's going to be something new here. Pooping system. Pooling system. And we'll see how I think building the pooling system itself might be straightforward enough. The main problem is going to be making sure it works with everything I have in the game, right? Okay, this is me. Not my wife, okay. Okay, so task with multiple entries. Okay, so here we go. Here's the video. It's from Sasquatch B Studios, an indie development studio who actually does quite good tutorials as well. So I like their stuff. Yeah, so we're just going to be having a look at this. Okay, so let's see. My screen should allow me to put that up there, and I think I'm going to put all my code on this side. Honestly, let's close all tabs. Let's start clean. Okay. We'll skip ahead a little bit. Let's make this larger like that. There we go. So like I said, not really something I'd like doing, but for today I think I'm gonna let it slide. I want to get my stuff built.
Easy it is to use. So we're gonna create a script called
Let's just
Object
stop the music
Pool
for a bit.
Manager.
Okay.
And I'll attach that to a new game object that I'm going to call Pooler because it needs to live in our scene somewhere. So right here is fine. And let's open it up.
Okay, wait. Let's just get this started so I can code along. I want to code along. Okay, so in my assets, scripts, managers, create new monobehavior script, object, pool manager. All right. And what's the other thing he did? Oh, yeah. Obviously, we need to create a pooler. A pooler. Somewhere for all this stuff to go sit in my actual game scene. Okay, he's going to do this much faster than I am, so... Okay, so we just have to create empty. I guess we call it the pooler. Okay, I'm just going to do it like that. So I know it's one of my, main things that I put up there. Okay, so this is where my pooler is going to live, and it's going to have the object pool manager attached to it, right? Okay, I think that's all the setup we have to do. The rest is done in code, so we can go back to the video and just get through it.
So here are the namespaces that we're going to need. And just take note.
Oh, wait, I haven't opened my... Okay, let's see. Object pool manager. Just open it up. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Okay. Okay, so he starts with using systems collections generic. I think that's just because he wants to use lists, like we all do. So system collections generic. Okay, what else?
Note that we'll be making use of Unity's pool namespace because there's some really useful code there that we can tap into, which is going to make this a lot easier. And we only need a few variables to get started. We'll add the option to add these objects to don't destroy on load. And this can come in especially handy with things like sounds if you spawn them in and you want them to continue playing even during a scene load or something like that. And as I said, we'll be keeping a nice clean hierarchy, so we're going to add an empty holder for those. As well as empty.
Okay. Okay, private bool add to don't. Not entirely sure if I need all this. Oh, this is just a boolean. Okay, so I guess it's Okay, so first I need to not zoom in as much because this is going to be annoying. Okay, we'll go with that, like 180, and maybe I can hide that. Yeah, maybe I can hide that. It's a little bit cleaner. Okay. Add to don't destroy and load. Destroy. No. Okay, so what I'm guessing, so this is basically stuff that we want to keep in the game. So these are pooled objects that should maintain between scenes, I suppose. I guess so. So then we need private. Oh wow, this is going to take a while. Private game object. Empty holder. Not quite sure what that is for, but we'll see how it goes.
Empty game objects for each of our different categories. Feel free to add as many as you want. I'm really just putting these here for example's sake. And then we'll need to...
Okay, so let's think about this. So if we want... okay. So these game objects would just be holders, right? So I'm guessing they're going to be like inside the hierarchy, and essentially they just have to be there for all the different things we want to spawn, right? So he's got particle systems, game objects, and sound effects. I guess that makes sense. I don't know if I'll need more, but we'll see if we start working with this, if this makes sense. I'm also not sure why they are empty. But we'll... Yeah, that's not what I wanted. This is just game. Game objects empty. Private static game object. And this one will be sound. This one I definitely need actually. Sound FX. Empty. Okay.
Two dictionaries. One which is going to take a game object as the key, and the value is going to be an object pool. And the other will also take a game object as the key, and the value will also be a game object. We're also...
Okay. So private static. Okay, so we need a dictionary, which I can't spell. Dictionary. It's going to be a game object key and a object pool with a game object type or pool of game objects, right? And this is just object pools. Okay, and then private static. Another dictionary, game object, and game object. So any calls this one clone to prefab map. Okay, not quite sure what that is. Yeah, well, we'll figure it out. We'll see as this goes. Obviously, he's just setting stuff up. Like, he already knows where he's going with this. I don't. So we'll see. I watched the video, but honestly, I can't remember everything. So we'll see how this goes.
A simple enum with all of our different pool types.
Okay, that makes sense.
If you add more categories here, make sure you include them in the enum, because this is going to tell the pooler where we want to spawn the objects in. Then in awake, we're going to initialize those new dictionary. And the reason I'm doing this in Awake instead of up here in the class is so that this stays compatible.
Okay, well that's insane. That's pretty straightforward. So public enum pool type. Okay, so we have the particle systems. Particle systems, the game objects, and the sound effects. Okay, so that's sorted. And then public pool type, pool. Okay, so somehow, this is a public static pool type. Pooling type. Okay, there we go. And then he just makes everything work in Awake. Okay, so private void Awake. We just want to make those. Yeah, we just want to basically create those two dictionaries. Okay, so object pools equals new, and then clone to prefab Mac new dictionary. Okay, it's straightforward because we just need them to exist. Now they exist, so let's see what happens.
With my do not reload domain or scene option for the play mode here. Static variables don't reset themselves with this option selected, so just in case you like this option, we're going to do it in Awake. And now we'll call a setup empties method. All this is going to do is set up new game objects in the scene. So we'll create the main holder. And then we're going to make all the rest child objects of that empty holder.
Okay, so just let him do it.
And if we checked add to don't destroy unload, then we'll do that here by grabbing the root transform of any of the child empties. It doesn't matter which one. I usually don't select this option, but it does depend on how your game is structured, so it's nice to have the option.
Okay. So private void. Okay, so on Awake, we just want this to run. Set up empties. Okay, so let's see what we want here. So we want to create basically all the, okay. We want to create the new game objects and give them all a name, right? So we start off with the empty holder equals new game object, call it object. Okay, wait, we need object pools. Okay, so that's the first one. Then the particle systems. Okay, so now we basically just have to add each of those game objects and then set their parent to the empty holder. Okay, so particle systems empty is a new game object with the name particle effects. All right. Okay, and then in particle system empty dot transform dot parent or set parent. Okay, set parent to empty holder dot transform. What was that false thing? Okay, now we essentially want to do the same thing 3 more times. Well, 2 more times, right? So, boom, boom. For the other 2. So this just be the game and the sound effects, right? And they're going to be in the same thing. We just need to change the name. So this would just be the game objects. I'm actually not sure why game object's empty. Like, why does it give it that specific name if it's just going to call it game objects anyway? I don't know. But anyway, we'll not worry about it too much. Obviously, I can change it if I really wanted. And then if add to don't destroy unload. Okay, what does he do there? Then don't destroy unload. Wait, is he going to do this with all of them? Is that
now,
the idea?
Before we can actually create our method that's going to handle spawning objects into the game, we need to first create some stuff to handle all of the pooling behind the scenes. So we're going to create a method called
That's interesting. Okay, so for some reason he only did the don't destroy unload for the particle systems. Not quite sure what he's accomplishing by that. Like, I don't really use don't destroy unload. Maybe that's part of my problem. Like, I don't understand what the point would be. I guess it's because when you switch between, yeah, it might be when you switch between whatever. Let's hear what he says, actually. Maybe I wasn't listening.
And if we checked add to don't destroy unload, then we'll do that here by grabbing the root transform of any of the child empties. It doesn't matter which one. I usually don't select this option, but it does depend on how your game is structured, so it's nice to have the option.
Okay, so I guess this this will refer back to whatever. Right? Okay. I'm just going to do this. I might not use it ever, but anyway. So particle system entity dot transform dot root. Not quite sure what that returns. The topmost transform in the hierarchy. What is the topmost? How far are we going with that? Okay. Do not destroy a target object when loading a new scene. Okay, so in this hierarchy, the topmost returns the topmost transform in the hierarchy. So if I understand that, does it just not destroy the pooler? Or would it go all the way? I guess it's the pooler, right? Yeah, so we just used whatever to get all the way to the pooler itself. Because that would be the topmost hierarchy. Topmost transform. I guess, okay, yeah, so if we don't want our pooler to go away, we can do this, but I guess it's not really something that we have to do. Or something I'm really gonna do. But anyway, now it's there.
Now, before we can actually create our method that's going to handle spawning objects into the game, we need to first create some stuff to handle all of the pooling behind the scenes. So we're going to create a method called createPool with a game object, vector3, quaternion, and pool type as the parameters. But we're going to give the pool type a default of game object so that we don't have to use that parameter. It keeps it completely optional. But if you want things to go into different categories, then we would just do that with this enum. And to keep things easier to read, I'll create a few separate methods. We'll need a createObject method, which returns a game object, and it's going to have all the same parameters as the above. We'll also need an onGetObject, passing in a game object. An onReleasedObject, also passing in a game object. And finally, an onDestroyObject, same parameter for that as well. So let's go back up here and deal with the pool, and then we'll go back and
Okay, let's just set that up. I don't like falling behind too much. Okay, so private static void. Well, basically just create pool. Okay, and we want a game object. Call it the prefab. Okay, that makes sense. Then we want a vector 3, call it a position. We want a quaternion, call it the rotation. Then we want a pull type. Okay, and we'll just call this pull type, and we'll set it equal to pull type dot game objects. Okay, so that just makes sure it is by default set to something. Okay, then we want something very similar. Private static, and we're returning a game object, so this is probably okay. And I think we give it the same stuff. All right, I'm just gonna copy that because I'm lazy. Okay, we give it the same stuff. Boom. Does that make sense? So we
all those other.
Oh, this is create object. Okay, so this is what we call when we want to create an object. So when you create an object, you need to get a prefab, position, rotation, and what pool it needs to go into. Okay, so creating a pool. Huh. I wonder why. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so that's one more thing down. Okay, then there's just some basic ones. So private static void on get object, game object, object. No. What? Object. Okay, something like that. And then private static void on release object. Okay, so I guess we'll figure out what these are going to do a bit later, but let's just on destroy object. Okay. There we go. Now at least we're on our parity, right?
Methods. So we need to create a new object pool taking in the game object type, and we'll create a new one here. So for our create func, we'll call our
Alright, so we start with the object pool. Okay, now he's going to get into some syntax. I remember this, which I did not understand. Okay, pool equals not null, new. Object pool game object. I guess you can define some other things when you're creating a Oh, this is cool. So this is like defining some kind of a lambda function. I'm just guessing here that when something is, so this is kind of like defining a quick constructor. So create func. Huh. That's pretty cool. So now we're creating a new object pool, but we're adding additional like things to do. Almost like you expanding on the constructor. Huh.
Create object method and pass in all of the parameters.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So create object, and we just do that. Okay, then I assume we're doing a couple more things here.
When we get the object from the pool, we'll call on get object. When we release an object from the pool, we'll call on release object. And when we destroy an object in the pool, we'll call on destroy object.
Whoa.
And then finally,
I'm assuming some of this stuff is coming from our object pool. So this is Unity that kind of helps us here. Yeah, because these exist. Okay, so when we want to get something, we run the on get object. Okay. action on release. So this makes sense now. So this is not him. This is just Unity. So Unity has this capability already built in. That's pretty great. Oh, come on. Huh. That's pretty cool. So when we create a new pool, we already assign all these functions. So now it knows what to do when you want to create. I'm assuming this is when you're creating an object to add to the pool. Then if you want to get an object from a pool, release an object from the pool to the pool, or destroy an object, this is what you do. So this is just how to create an object. And create pool has all these same parameters because we need these to actually create an object. That makes sense. Okay.
Finally, we'll add this entry to our dictionary.
Okay, so apparently we add this object pools dot add. We want the prefab and the pool. Okay, so now we know. Wait, what is this? So this is the key and this is the value. So if we want to...
By the way, if you prefer Lambda to all of these separate functions, I will show you how to do that in just a sec. So when we create an object, first and foremost, I want to set the actual prefab to inactive. This is literally going to make our one singular prefab asset in our project inactive, but this is, as far as I know, the only way to ensure that we spawn in an object and not have awake or on enable called guaranteed. That's going to help us avoid all kinds of headaches. So the actual prefab itself is inactive. Now let's actually instantiate in an object, because this is called when there's nothing in the pool yet to actually release. And now that that's done and our new copy of the prefab has been spawned in and it's inactive, we can now reactivate our prefab. And since we're keeping things neat and tidy, we'll set the parent of our object with...
Oh, instantiate doesn't work like that. Oopsie. Okay, so we need a prefab, a position, and a rotation to instantiate something. So I do this normally, right? So this is what I've been doing for a lot of stuff. This is very familiar. This is how everything gets created in my game. It just gets instantiated, which is obviously a problem. Okay, so I guess prefab.set active false. Okay, so then we create the object first. We instantiate it in the world. Then we set it to active. Okay, because otherwise sometimes the prefab will run some of its functions prematurely. That's interesting. I didn't know that would work. But anyway, prefab.set active to true. I don't know how this is going to break a lot of my stuff, but we'll figure it out.
This method that we're going to create in just a minute.
Okay, let's just let him...
And then return the object.
Okay, so we just have to set the parent and then return. Okay, that's straightforward. Okay, so game object parent object equals set. Okay, this is a non-existent. Okay, so I guess it just takes the pool type and it returns one of these empty game object stuff here. So I guess we're just going to do a quick switch case somewhere. Okay, then object dot transform dot set parent parent object transform. That makes sense. And then we can return, right? So now this function is happy. Okay.
For onGetObject, you can actually just leave that blank, but it is nice to have it here in case you want to add in some optional logic there for when we get the object. For onRelease.
Oh, okay. So onGetObject. Okay, so I guess this is essentially what Unity's pooling, Unity Engine not pool does for you, right? It knows what you mean when you want to do onGet. So this is just extending that functionality. Okay. I guess, yeah, so that's when you want to do something funny with all your objects, like run a specific script on them or, whatever. That's not part of awake or start or whatever. Actually, I don't know. Well, we're going to see. We're going to try and implement this little by little, and see how the game breaks, right? And then I guess I'll add optional logic if I need it.
This is putting our object back into the pool. So here is where we'll deactivate it. And when we destroy the object, we want to remove the object from our clone to prefab dictionary if it exists. And if you'd rather do all of this logic,
so if clone to prefab map contains object,
prefab dictionary if it exists.
I wonder why that is. So this is just removing it from a dictionary, but we never added it to that dictionary. That's interesting. I don't know why that would be the case, but anyway. So if, what am I doing? If, yeah, okay, I'm in the wrong place now. If clone to prefab map dot contains key of object, right? We want to clone to prefab map dot remove object. Okay, clone to prefab. Like, I can't really understand what this is doing. Huh.
And if you'd rather do all of this logic inside the create pool method, you can do it using lambda like this, but you may or may not find this less readable. So I'll just comment that out and we'll use what we already made. Okay, so this is actually most of our logic already done right here. But I did say we needed to set up a method called setParentObject. And for that, we'll pass in a pool type. And this is just going to do a simple switch statement to determine which game object to use as the parent.
Okay, yeah, so it's just a switch case. Game object. Set parent object. The game knows. Okay, so we just need a switch. And we'll take a pool type. Right, okay, so we'll do case pool type. Game objects will return game objects empty, right? Okay, then case pool type dot particle systems will return particle system empty. Why does it? I don't understand why this is happening. Like, how does it not understand where to put these things? Do I need to put more enters here? This is very annoying. I mean, it looks terrible like this. Anyway, pool type, no. Pool type dot sound effects return sound effects empty. And then default return null. Yeah, because I don't know if it's just my Unity that doesn't know how to space these things. But it's kind of annoying. Okay, so we'll just put some more Okay, but that should be all of them. Like, this is ideally how I would like it to look. But yeah. Okay, but that's pretty straightforward.
Okay, so that's everything we need to be able to actually create the method that we're going to call when we want to spawn our objects into the game. So we'll call that method spawn object, but it's going to return a generic type T, and we need to pass in T here as well. Now, if you're not familiar with writing generics, you will recognize seeing them from things like get component calls, where you would pass in the component type that you're looking for when getting that component. And we'll do the same for parameters that we've been doing: game object, vector3, quaternion, and pool type, which again will give a default of type game objects. And at the end here, we need to add where t : object here. What this is a generic type constraint. So it's going to constrain t to be an object. Object is the base class for all objects that Unity can reference, like game objects and components. T could have been anything before, even something that wouldn't make sense, like a float. So this constrains it and makes it type safe. Okay, so inside the actual method, we're going to check if the pool already exists, and if it doesn't, then we'll create one right now. So if our object pool does not contain our key, then we call create pool. Next, let's get our game object by grabbing our object to spawn from our dictionary and calling Unity's get method from their pool system. This is what will actually attempt to retrieve an object from the pool and reactivate it, or if there's not one in the pool, then it's going to instantiate one for us to use. And assuming it finds or creates one, then we need to add this game object to our clone to prefab map dictionary. We need this dictionary because each time a new game object is instantiated, it creates a new instance of our prefab. So we need to ensure we grab that one so we know which one to return to the pool when we call our return method. And now we'll set our position and rotation to equal whatever we passed in the parameters. And finally, in case it pulled one from our pool, it's going to be inactive, so we need to activate it. Now, there are two cases that I want to be able to handle here. One is if our T is actually a game object. And if it is, we'll return object as type T. Otherwise, if it's not a game object, it's going to be a component, whether it be a rigid body or an audio source or a script, whatever, doesn't matter. So we'll get component of type T. Now, if that happens to be null, then let's log an error here to help debug our problem in the future. And then return null. Otherwise, we'll return the component. And if somehow our object was null, then we'll return null. Now again, because we want this to be able to handle both components and game objects, we are going to create two overload methods.
All right, before we go there, let me just get this done. Okay, so it seems to... Okay, so you spawn an object, you get all the information. Okay, so this is a new thing that I didn't know existed. So you can constrain it so that your type that this returns can only be an object. Yeah. And this is this the only type that you can enter? I don't know where T, and there's two T. I think it's the type you can return. I guess, I don't know. So we spawn an object. Okay, so let's see. So if the object pools contains key object to spawn. Okay, so this is essentially if we already have this object. Okay, if it does not contain this object, right? So I haven't spawned something of this type before. So I create a new pool of... Okay, so I see what I'm doing here. I'm creating new pools for each type of thing I'm spawning. So that would be, in the game, for instance, if I have... the small lizards, that is a specific object, and it'll check if there's a pool for those and create a pool for those. If that's how I understand it, at least. Right, so it's going to be a sub pool in a sense. It's going to be a pool within the pool type. Okay. So it'll create the pool. If it doesn't contain it, then it'll just grab the object from the pool that we just created, I'm assuming. Yes, I guess so. Okay, and then we check if it's not null. We can continue, so we just need to make sure we don't have nulls over the place. Clone to prefab map contains object. If it does not, then we add it. Okay. Okay, so we add clone to prefab map. So this is just an object. So I'm using the object as a key and getting the object to spawn. So I guess, and then I remove it at some point. As well. So this is on destroy object. So this is when I want to get rid of this thing entirely. I assume. Yeah, it's basically okay. Well, okay. So let's see. So we want to spawn an object. I don't have to understand this 100%. I'll understand this some amount of percentage, and I'll understand it more and more as we go. So we need a private static function here. It takes a type, or it returns a type T. Spawn object. Okay, of type T. And what do we need? We need a game object. Object to spawn. I guess. Okay, so he's getting a little bit more verbose with these things that we enter here. I guess that's just because when you're calling this function in the future, you want this to, give you a hint of what to put in here. Okay, but then we need a vector 3. This would be the spawn position. Okay, then we need a quaternion, which would be the spawn rotation. Okay, and then finally we need a pool type. We'll just call it the pool type. And we can set this equal to pool type dot game objects. Okay. Okay, and then right at the end here, we need to do where T is an object with a capital. Okay, where T is an object, and boom, Bob's your uncle. Okay, so that's the definition. Okay, so if so if object pool pools dot contains key object to spawn. Okay, so this is if it doesn't contain the key. So what would that mean? Objects to spawn. So all our object pools, so we have multiple pools, right, in this dictionary, and we'll create a pool essentially for each type of object. So if it doesn't have one, we have to create it, right? So this is a very straightforward one. So we create a pool and we give it object to spawn position. Okay, so all that good stuff, right? So that's sorted. So then we can get our game object equals object pools, right? Yep. Okay, so we just go to object pools and we give it our object to spawn key and we run the dot get. Okay, so I see now since we, okay, so object pools is, so we create a pool. Okay, we need to specifically do .get to grab one of the pools. Okay, so this is essentially is this an object or a pool that we just got here? That is interesting. I guess it knows it's an object pool. Oh, this is very, very interesting. So it is an object pool. Yeah. Okay. So it is an object pool. We use a prefab as a key or some game object, and we get the pool back. So this is the pool that we get back, right? Okay. Interesting. But this dictionary. Oh, it's a dictionary. We need to do .get. I'm not entirely sure why this needs to be a thing. Doesn't it normally just... Oh, wait. It doesn't return an object. It returns a pool. So we need to do get to get the object from the pool. Okay. So essentially we want to see... Okay. So I'm guessing there's some functionality on the backside with Unity. So it's going to check if there is an object in the pool. Because remember, it's a pool. So it might be... The pool for that object type might exist, but be empty because you've taken all of them. So we need a new one. So in that type of situation, we create a new one. Okay. So if our object is not equal to null, what am I doing? Not equal to null, I guess. We do something. So if it's not equal to null, so we were able to grab one, right? Okay, then we can go if. Okay, if not clone to prefab map dot contains key object. So if we don't have the key, so then we just clone to prefab map dot add object and object to spawn, right? Okay, this is just to check that we have our prefab, because this is the prefab with the object key available to us. If it doesn't exist, which would be kind of weird. Okay, but anyway, then we do object.transform. I'll probably have to look at this a couple of times to actually understand what's happening here. But anyway, transform, rotation, and object dot. So this is just make sure it's active. And then finally, if type of T is a game object. Okay, so that makes sense. If it's a game object, we just return object as T. Return object as T. Okay, so we need to just get out of here. Okay, now, but if T component, so that's something object dot get component of type T. So essentially a component would be, I guess, any type of script or something that we put onto the game object itself. So if we want to return that, so when would this happen? When would we want to spawn components like that? Not game objects. I actually don't know. But I guess most of my stuff is just going to end up here, right? It's just going to return the object. But, you know, we'll work with this. So if our component is null, that's bad. So we want to do a debug.log error. Something like, ooh. Okay, I don't know what this is. Object. Oh, it's a formatted string. Okay. Yeah, I don't use these that often. Object to use spawn dot name doesn't have component of type, and let me just get the type of t. All right. Okay, we return null. Otherwise, we return component, which I still don't completely understand. Otherwise, if none of this happened, we return null over there. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so I'm not sure that I'll ever use the component stuff, so it's probably going to be a type of a game object that I want to spawn. If it's a component, I don't actually know how it would even spawn a component. Right, return component. I mean, unless I want to dynamically add components to an already existing game object. I'm not actually sure how that would work. Well, we'll see, right? We'll see what happens.
Both components and game objects, we are going to create two overload methods. One will actually take in a generic type T, so we don't have to pass in a game object. We could pass in any component. And for that to be possible, we'll say where T : component here. And then we need one to handle just game objects as well. So this one returns a game object and it takes in a game object as well.
Okay, so these are just two overload functions. And these are the actual ones that we can call, right? So I think they just call this one. But we, as the developer in the future, will have to call one of these two. I guess that's kind of the thing. So public static T spawn object of type T. And we want to do T type prefab. Okay, we want a vector 3, still a spawn position. So this kind of leads me to believe that when we want to try and spawn a component, we're still going to spawn it on top of a game object, right? That just makes sense. Okay, and then we want to pull type equals pull type, I guess, where a T is a component, right? And then we want a public static game object. Oh, come on. Spawn object. Okay, so we return. Okay, we take a game object to spawn. Okay. Vector 3 spawn position, quaternion. Why is there a, I don't know, that was a thing, capital. Okay, spawn rotation and pull type pull type equals pull type dot game objects. Right, and I don't think we need anything else here. I might have done that in error. Okay, so something like that, right?
Now, for both of these, we're just going to call the one that we already created, so it's nice and easy.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Now, finally,
okay, return return. Okay, wait, what did I call this one? Okay, it is just spawn object with all that stuff. And over here, we return. Why can't I type today? Spawn object. Okay, and we need the object to spawn. Spawn position. Spawn rotation and pull type.
we just need to create a return object to pool method. We'll make the game object required, since that's the key to our dictionary, as well as an optional pool type, which will default to game objects. So let's try to get the value from our clone to prefab map dictionary, and we'll get our parent object. And if our object is not currently parented to that object, then we'll reparent it so it goes back to where it should go. And then also let's try to find the value from our object pools dictionary, and if it finds it, then we will release the object. If it can't find anything in the clone to prefab map dictionary, then we're trying to return an object that isn't pooled, and we'll need to look into that. Okay.
Okay, so if clone to prefab map, try get object. Okay, so if we get it, we're going to continue. So then the parent object would be the set parent object of pool type. Okay, if the parent is not equal to the parent object. So I guess what this means is our object that we want to return to the pool is not currently in the pool, right? So it's not in the pool, so we put it in the pool, and we also need to do a pool release. If okay, so this is physically moving it, and this is just moving it in the this is physically moving it to a different parent, and then the other one just removes it or just moves it into the pool, right? The object pool. I guess.
So let's try it out.
No, let's not try anything. Okay, let's see. Okay, so public static void return object pool object to pool. Okay, so game object. So we get an object, we get a pool type. Okay, and we can default that to pool type of game object, right? As we do almost every time. Okay, so then we can check if the clone prefab map try get value. Okay, so we try to get object, and we do out game object prefab gammo object game object prefab. Okay, so then we can basically check. Okay, so we do it. So then game object parent object equals set parent object. I'm not sure why we do this necessarily. What does set parent object do? Okay. It returns a game object. It's okay that. But sets it. Not quite sure what that does. Okay. But anyway, then we do if our object dot, so this is just physically moving it, transform dot parent, does not equal the parent object dot transform. Oh, okay, so the parent object, okay, so I understand the parent object of the pool type. Yeah, so the pool type is the parent. I'm not quite sure what it did here. Okay, this makes perfect sense, right? We check the transform. We take the object and we say, yo, what's your parent? And if it's not that parent, which is the parent of the pool type, or the pool type. Wait, is this a function I wrote myself? Okay, yes it is. So it returns the physical game object in the world. Okay, yeah, okay, no, I'm just dumb. I forgot about that. Okay, anyway. So if it's not that, then object.transform.parent is going to have to be that. Dot parent. Okay, we don't do that. We do dot set parent. I don't know what's with the false. I don't think we need that. Parent object dot transform, right? So we set the parent. Okay. And then we do another check if object pools dot try get value prefab out object pool of type game object, call it pool. Okay, so essentially what we do here is we try to get the value of the prefab. So essentially we check if this prefab is inside our object pool, or if there is an object pool that exists for this prefab type. All right, that makes sense. I think that is what we are doing here. I'm going to say that is. So then we want to do pool dot release the object. Okay. So then else debug dot log warning trying to return an object that is not pooled, I assume. Right, so that makes sense. So if it's not part of this clone to prefab map, that must mean that we haven't pooled this object before, right? And why are you trying to put an object back? So that would be if I spawned in an object, not through the pooling system, just the good old-fashioned way. And then when I try to despawn it, I do that using the pooling system,
that
right?
isn't pooled, and we'll need to look into that.
Okay, isn't pooled. I guess we can do that plus object.name, right? So it's a nice and a...
Okay, so let's try it out. Back in my spawner script, I'm just going to replace my instantiate call with our object pool manager dot spawn object. passing in the object, the position, and the rotation, just like with instantiate. And where the object destroys itself, I'll instead return it to the pool. Now you can see when we play, we get this object pools object here, and inside it we have our 3 other categories, and if I click around, you can see they all get added to game objects, and then they deactivate themselves. Perfect. And that was when we passed it in as a game object, but just like with instantiate, we said that we could change this to whatever type we want. So let's say rigid body 2D, because my prefab does have one of those on it. And this time, let's actually get a reference to the rigid body and change its gravity after we spawn it in. And just to show how this works as well, let's instead put this
That's
in
how you
particle
use
systems
types.
instead of the default, even though it's not. And once that's done, we'll want to put this back into particle system as well so that it goes to the right place, because that's where we're spawning it from. And you can see it's spawning in, it's applying gravity, and returning to the particle system category. Now, one other scenario that I want this to be able to handle is what if we want to automatically parent what we spawn into something? We have that option for instantiate, so let's do that here as well. So we can actually copy our spawn object method, but we'll change the vector3 to a transform and call it parent.
Ooh, okay, we copy this whole ass thing. The whole spawn object function or method. Okay. And instead of a vector3, we want a transform.
Parent.
Yeah, we call it parent.
All of this here can be the same, but instead of setting the position and rotation in the world, we'll set the parent to the parent.
Okay, that makes sense. So this would be the case when you want to... Okay, so it kind of makes sense. So in this case, normally you just put it into one of those categories that we had. And that's good enough for like sound effects and stuff like that. Like you don't need it to be parented to anything specifically, unless you want it that way. I guess you can. It doesn't really make a difference. Yeah.
And change our local position to vector 3.0 and pass in the spawn rotation for our local rotation. And all.
Okay. So we still want to do object.transform at local position is equal to vector. Okay, so then it's just okay, and then the rotation would be the spawn rotation. So okay, so it's going to be spawned at the position of the parent.
All this at the bottom can stay the same as well. Now our create pool method is going to give us an error because we don't have a create pool method that takes in a transform, so we'll need to make one. It can just be copied from the other one. It just needs to take in a transform instead of a vector3.
Okay, so our create pool needs to be new as well. Where the hell did I do this one? Okay, create pool right here. Let's put it right there. So instead of a vector3, we take a transform. I guess it's just the parent.
And then we'll also...
Yeah, so then we do parent here instead of a transform. And now we probably need to create object, copy that.
A new create object.
Yep. Okay, and it takes a transform parent.
Method as well with those same new parameters. So for this, the instantiate will only take in the prefab and the parent. We'll
Yeah.
set our local position to 0 and our rotation to the rotation we pass in. and our local scale to vector 3.1. Everything else.
Okay. Object dot transform dot local position as vector 0. Thank you. Object dot local rotation is equal to the rotation, and object dot transform local scale is just 1. Okay.
Stays the same, except we can get rid of this here since our instantiate call handles the parenting for us. We don't.
Okay. That makes sense.
Want this going into one of our empty game objects this time because we want it to be parented to whatever we pass in as the transform. And I did forget to change this to parent right here. And finally, we want our 2 overload methods for spawn objects, which these are the ones that will actually be calling from other scripts. These are the same as the other ones that we already made, just with different parameters. So
okay, I'll overload functions. So these 2, right? Okay, so they would now take a transform parent instead, right? Yeah, instead of a position, transform parent and spawn object with the parent. Okay.
So let's test this out as well. Instead of passing in the world position here, we'll pass in a transform that I'll pass into the inspector. And just to be safe and make sure that our generic overload methods are working as well, let's also change the rigid body's gravity scale to 1, so I'll leave this here. You can see I added this moving thing here. That's the parent. And if I spawn in the orbs, you can see that they are parenting themselves to that moving thing. And obviously based on their behavior, you can tell as well. And after, they go back to where they belong. So there you go, guys. Hopefully you will find this as useful as I have in all of my project. I hope you enjoyed, and thanks so much for watching. See you next week. Bye.
Okay, that's because they were connected to the parent, right? That's why they were just stuck to the parent. They weren't swaying like that. Okay, so if you want that type of thing, you don't want them to be connected to the parent in that way, because they will move relative to the parent. Okay. Okay, apparently I've just built a whole pooling system. Can you believe it? I can't. Okay, so I guess all we have to do now is try and test this, see if it actually works. That's kind of crazy. Okay, I guess this is a good time to go take a break, to use the restroom, grab myself something to drink, and then we can see if this works out for us, right? So we essentially want to do. Interestingly, okay, they overload methods essentially. They are called from here. This one. Okay, yeah, so these are the 4 methods that we actually are going to use now. So for spawning objects or something else, or for returning objects or deleting objects. Okay. Very cool, very cool. Okay, so we'll look at this in a minute. I'm just going to take a break quickly, and then I'll be back, and we'll see if we can't get some of our stuff to work with the pooling instead, and if it does anything for our performance. I really hope it does. We'll test it on the small melee enemy first, and see how many of them we can get into the game, or get spawning into the game without feeling atrocious, right? Okay. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, shall we see if this breaks? Shall we see if this breaks? Okay, so, like I said, the first thing I want to test this on is 100%. Okay, let's just get this done. Is 100% going to be our simple melee enemy. Now, let's see if we can even do that. So, our simple... Okay, so we might not be able to do this straightforwardly, necessarily, because I'm thinking about it. And the simple melee enemy itself, it's actually just part of the enemy manager. So if I start to fiddle with this, essentially I'm going to come here to the enemy manager. And over here, where do I destroy this guy? Set the state to dead. At some point he gets deleted. Oh, here we go. Destroy game object. So this is the one that we want to replace. Right, but, so this is for all enemies then. Okay. So essentially I want to do all enemies go back to the object pooler. So instead of that, I want to do a... Okay, so I want to get rid of this. And I want to do... Now, I don't know if this is going to work. Oh, Jesus. So, okay, so we want to do object pool manager dot return object to pool. Game object. And the pool type. Okay, let's just leave the pool type. It is a pool type of game objects, right? So we'll see if that works for us. Okay, so let's do that. Ooh, this is going to be interesting. Okay, so where did they get spawned? So as far as I know, I have an enemy spawner. Yeah. So I think they are in my levels. So if we just go to our base level prefab. So this is our base level. It'll have, let's see, enemy spawn manager. Okay, so we have a couple of scripts here. I think it goes in here because this is the one that takes the prefabs, right? So it gets a spawn circle, so spawn reinforcements. Yeah, this is where we instantiate. Okay. So this is going to be interesting. So instead of instantiating them like this, what we want is I guess we could still do game object dot. Why do I have a spawned enemy? So okay, so let's do object pool manager dot spawn object. Okay, so this is a game object specifically. So object to spawn, so we do SME prefab parent. Do I give it a parent? I don't think so. I think I give it a spawn position, right? Yeah. Well, okay, no, there's an enemy holder there. Okay, so we give it a position within a parent. Okay, let's give it a spawn position. Spawn rotation. Okay. And then we can just leave that one. Okay. Spawn point dot rotation. Sorry. Okay, so that is... So they won't be in the enemy holder, they'll be in their own thing. But I think the enemy holder... As far as I know. So this is just a random point within this circle. Yeah. Okay. So they don't need to be... Yeah, they don't need to be in the enemy holder. I think I just put them in the enemy holder. So if you look at this, I have an enemy holder here somewhere. Where do I have an enemy holder? Is it inside of my... enemy spawn manager? Not oh, there it is. Enemy holder. But I don't want to use the enemy holder. So I want to spawn them in the world. Okay. Yeah, so this is kind of where my thing is a little bit different. But let's see how that works, right? So this should, is in theory, at least work. Okay, so we want to do the same thing again. But this would be the RBE prefab, and this would be the CTE prefab. Okay, so that's for all of my basic enemies that spawn. Right, now the problem enemy is going to be the crocodile. Where's he spawned? I actually don't know. Where does he get spawned? I have zero idea. Maybe it's in the game manager. Why it would be, but there's the prefab, so I guess it's in the game manager. That's a bit bad, but yeah, okay, so we get a position, so spawn point. Okay, so let's just go see, where do we spawn him? Okay, yeah, I mean that's not amazing, but anyway, let's just do that. So game, well, object pool manager spawn object. So this one's a bit dumb. Okay, let's see. CV spawn point dot position dot rotation. That's okay, and that could be all. Right, this one's a little bit dumb, but because it still uses the enemy manager, so maybe it wasn't necessary to use the pooling system for one crocodile. But since, you know, since he is an enemy and he will get despawned as all the other enemies, if we don't use the pooling manager, we're going to try and return an object to the pool that doesn't exist. Okay, but this should work out. Okay, so let's just see if it plays, right? So let's just do that. So we'll see if any of this works at all by just playing the game, and then we'll try and make it lag. Okay, and we'll see how robust this is. Okay, so we can see in our pooler, I guess things will appear there when we start the game. Okay, so let's give it a go. So far, so good. Nothing has broken. This is gonna be something. Oh no! Yo, this guy. How's it going, man? Okay. So we've created stack overflows. Damn it. I'm doing well, thank you. Thanks for the subscription, by the way. I see you resubbed. Good on you. Okay, why the hell is this happening? Okay, so apparently this is causing a stack overflow. But why? I followed the tutorial so good. Oh, damn. Yeah, no, this is where things go badly. Yeah, so what exactly Okay, so no enemies are being spawned. At all, right? So nothing. Requested operation caused a stack overflow. Yeah, so we give it a object, a position, a rotation, and a pool type, which I just keep generic or straightforward or whatever you want to call it. I just keep it that. Okay, so then it returns spawn object. Yeah, so we just give it a spawn position, right? So I'm not sure. Okay, so it would return this. Huh. At what point does it fail? It fails right here, right? Is it because... Wait. So... Okay. All the other times I did this first. Which I didn't really understand, but I set a game object equal to something. Maybe that's the thing. Yeah, I did this for each of them. I don't remember why, but maybe that is a problem. Maybe you can't just straight up spawn something when it wants to return something. So we need to... I don't know. Okay, maybe that is the case. Maybe... I'm not really sure all the time what a Stack Overflow error means, but maybe this is the thing. I didn't give it a variable or something. I didn't allocate memory space for this thing, and who knows? I'm not a computer scientist, right? I'm a struggling game developer. Okay, so let's try it again. Nope. Not a fan. I must have messed something up. Yeah, this is now one of those types of errors that I just... I have no idea what this means. I don't even know where to start fixing this problem. Also because... yeah, I'm doing object pooling. It just says Stack Overflow exception. Move to your okay, cool. Yeah, so that's my problem. I don't completely understand what causes Stack Overflow exceptions a lot of the time. I know certain things like infinite loops and things. That makes sense to me, but I don't know what this one is complaining about. So it returns that. Yeah, it's probably a loop, right? Must be a loop. And it could be a proper, like, for loop that goes into infinity, or even a recursive loop, right? Recursion could also cause some issues. Yeah, okay, so this line doesn't really tell us much, right? It just returns another function, so this is just the overload. So it returns spawn object, which is this one over here. So it takes any type, or it returns whatever type I want, as long as it's an object. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so this is just, I mean, it fails so quickly. Is object to spawn ever object to spawn? Wait, that, what? Avarian, I don't know what you just said. Is object to spawn ever object to spawn? Doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how to understand what you're saying. Okay, so we spawn an object. We just pass basically all these parameters through to this one over here. So the first thing it'll do is it'll check if we already have this type of object or a pool with this type of object or whatever. If we don't, we create one. Unless, did I forget to create? Yeah, no, here, this is all now. I did do that. Does this even happen? Does this even happen? I didn't even notice if that happened. Okay, so let's see. So our pooler is empty. So why would that be? So this could be. That's not the method. It's got 0 references. Oh no. Okay, but I also see another problem here. The pooler. Okay, so we have this object pool manager. Okay, let's just close that. So somewhere it should have created. Oh, it created it here. Oh, that's dumb. That's not where it should have created that. It should have created that inside of the pooler. So transform.set parent game object. Okay, that's a separate thing. It has 0 references, you reckon? So what does it do? How is this not this? Or this thing? Okay, maybe I messed up with my overloads or something. Wait, does this one? Okay, wait. Who calls you? Okay, you are being called by yourself. Okay. I see the problem. I'm just calling the... Okay, wait. How did I mess that up? Yeah, these are just supposed to be calling this one. Wait. I'm sure the guy in the tutorial named it the same way I did. I am convinced he did. I'm gonna go back and check.
And the reason I'm doing this...
Okay, I am... Let's see if I'm really this bad at following a tutorial. Okay, create pool, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. No, I want your spawn functions. Where did we do this? Okay, this is just setting up the pools. I am sure... Private static spawn object. Okay. I'm flipping going full screen for this. I need to see this. Yes, like it was. This quality completely messed up. Okay, we can't go full on good quality, but we can do better. Okay, so he did just spawn object. Blah, blah, blah. So, okay, that's the same function. This is exactly the same. You see this? Am I... Oh, wait. Okay, the reference changed. The reference changed. It seems like he does... Okay. There we go. It's a small thing, but I see that does do something. Yeah, okay. You need to put the type here. If you put the type, it knows to call up. So this one... Okay, so this is still being called by itself. But something is calling this one now. 197. Okay, so 197 is at least calling down here now. Yeah, this is a bit... I guess... Okay, and then these ones are when they have parents. Huh. Never trusted tutorial. Yeah. I mean, at least we can figure it out, right? Okay, so let's see. This should be called by our game manager and our spawner. Yeah, so that's true. So that works. So they are being spawned from here. The only funny one is the fact that... Okay, this one... How is it still calling itself? Okay, that one is still calling itself. This one is now being called by this one, which is good. And this one's not being called. These are still calling themselves. And then that one should be calling the one at the bottom here. Yeah. Okay, so my generic ones with just T call themselves, it seems. So if I ever call these functions, it's gonna break. That is interesting. Now let me go check the video and just make sure I'm not being dumb again. Okay, so
to create a return object.
I'm sure I did this correct. So his stuff are not being referenced. Oh. Yeah, it's this small stuff, right? There we go. Small stuff. Small stuff. Now this one's referred to twice. You know, it's such a tiny little thing that you don't see. There we go. Nothing is referring to themselves anymore. Okay. Let's just save everything. And let's go back to Unity. Unity, where are you? And let's see. Let's see if this pooling thing works. And then I guess we'll see if it's even beneficial. I'm sure it will be. Because I had massive stutters whenever I was spawning in characters. Now, I'm not sure if the characters will be doing... Like, the new spawns, I'm pretty sure they'll do fine. I'm a bit concerned that the animations and stuff like that won't be able to reset. I don't know if that will work. So we'll see if a bunch of dead lizards spawn in. Okay. Okay, let's just give it a pause quickly. And let's go to our pooler, object pools. Okay, so we got a bunch of game objects that spawned, right? So all these melee enemies spawned. Okay, I just killed a couple. Let's see what happens to them. Okay, they get deactivated. Okay, will they come back though? Am I noticing anything funny? Yeah, I definitely am. You see that? Okay, so there's something happening. So they're flashing in and out. Okay. So I guess that's got something to do with their despawn timer. I think their despawn timer gets... So they only come back for 1 frame. Because... Yeah. The despawn timer is set to 5 seconds. But this is only once. I should reset it on awake or something. Yeah, it's probably their state is also not... Well, it might. I don't know, actually. Yeah, okay, but that is essentially what we need to figure out. So a first thing I think is the despawn timer. Did I stop the game? Oh, damn it. Okay, let's play it again and let's make sure. So I think it's a state reset thing that I don't do because normally I just created a new one and then, you know, it wasn't a problem. Now I need to make sure the states are reset correctly. Okay, so if we kill some of them. Okay, so let's just stop there and check some of the dead ones, right? So this is a dead one. And these are kind of some of the things that we need to make sure. We can open it and debug. So first of all, the enemy manager. This despawn timer needs to reset to 5 seconds because if it doesn't reset, they're gonna die in basically immediately. So they're just gonna get returned to the pool on the next frame. Okay, but let's keep this one selected and let's see what happens. but I'm pretty sure that is the case. It's not going to get reset. And yeah, now they are just... You can see it goes for 1 frame. The health doesn't get reset. The spawner doesn't get reset. Okay, so we need to fix that. And the state machine... Okay, also some of these scripts need to be reset. Okay. So we need to... we need to make sure that we undo death, essentially. We need to have an undo death function. So all of this stuff we need to do in reverse, essentially. I'm going to actually take this and stick it up here next to start so I can make sure. Because the start function will run again, right? When I return it. I actually don't know. I don't know how that works. So with the pooler, I'm assuming that when I kick it, when somebody gets respawned, start will not run. On enable will. Okay, cool. So I could just change this to on. I was wondering what the difference was between start and on enable. Okay. So if I do this, that would essentially be them becoming alive, and then the death function is them dying. So I just need to make sure that whatever I do there, whatever I do here, I undo there at a minimum. So the first thing I want to do is actually, let's just on enable set our despawn timer equals to 5F, right? Okay, on enable or disable are called... I didn't know that. I didn't even know there was a disable function. Okay, but that's pretty cool. Then I might be able to do other interesting things in the future. Huh. Okay, so let's see. So on enable, when an enemy gets enabled, okay, so we change the despawn timer. Okay, so this one is take damage on guard hit. I don't need to do... So I might want a start function still, hey? Because if I think about it, this is just registering a event, right? So that event will still be registered even if it's been disabled. And that's true with all of these events. Oh, you reckon I should deregister them? Why? Like, what I'm feeling like is just registering them in start and keeping them registered. But you're saying I should disable and enable them the whole time. Well, if I do it on start... Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand. If I kept it on enable, I'm asking for trouble, right? But if I put it in start, then for each enemy that gets made, it registers, and it stays registered until it gets destroyed for some reason. Oh, should I deregister at destroy? Isn't that just something that happens automatically? I'm just thinking, like, it's just gone now, right? So, yeah, it is probably best practice, I guess. Okay, so is there an on destroy? So we can be on destroy, we can do basically all these ones. And a deregistering is just putting a minus there, right? Easy as that. Okay, wait, you guys saying I shouldn't do any of this? On disable. Okay, so should I just get rid of the start and destroy functions and register and deregister in the enable and disable the whole time? Okay. So you guys are saying you are in agreement. It's 2 against 1. I'll do it. It's fine. Okay, there we go. So we don't worry about start and all that good stuff. We are now fully in the pooling mindset. Okay. So when they die, we also do a couple of other funny things. So let's just do on respawn. So this is just going to be like a... Well, I could do private void respawn. And then I could just run the respawn function here, right? Need to make sure that what I'm registering can be registered. Okay, but unenable happens after awake and all that good stuff. Oh, geez, is this going to be a problem for every single script? Oh, wow. Actually, I'm going to put respawn at the top then, because some of these I disable. So, like... Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so on respawn, what we want to do is take damage dot enabled equals true. The first thing. Okay. We don't have to worry about the coins. That's fine. Okay, set state to dead. That's wrong. We want to set state to idle. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to work. Yeah, we have to open this state machine, because it might not be able to do that. Yeah, it's not going to be able to do that. Because when a state is dead, it doesn't allow me to... It doesn't actually allow me to respawn. Okay. You know what? Enemy state machine will now have a public void respawn. Well, no, actually, I can do an on enable here as well, right? Because this is the state machine is just a script on my character. This guy and that man. They're gonna get into it. Okay, wait, I don't set the state. Where do I set my state initially? Actually, don't even know. Yo, that man, Robin. Yo. Wait a minute, so are you saying I should add a new state that is just the inactive state? I mean, I guess that makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. Inactive. No, I like that. So maybe I should spell. So inactive state. So what we could do is we can do an if state equals state dot inactive. We can still set the state equals to the new state, right? Like that. That's kind of something we could do. Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit... This is new territory, right? So we'll see how this goes. I might, yeah. I see what you're saying. Like having something that we can reinitialize everything maybe a little bit more smoothly. Yeah, so what we could do is right when the despawner happens, we can do state machine. Set state inactive. Right, so the state will be dead, and then the despawn timer can run. And then eventually it'll become inactive and we'll return it to the pool. Okay. So when we respawn, we want to first of all set the state back to idle. So that should work out. We don't have to gain experience. Status manager, remove status effects. I guess we don't have to worry about that. The status effects are removed on death. Okay, so that might be okay. Enabled false. Okay, so now we need to undo that. We'll see how this works, right? It might not work exactly the way I want. We don't count a kill. Is doing action is true. That doesn't. Okay. No. Equals false. It should be true. That should have worked, but I'm just gonna do it like this. Yo, Mr. Human Limits, how's it going, man? Okay. And we should set the despawn timer back to 5. Okay. We'll see how this goes. I'm not 100% convinced yet that this is how I'm gonna try and do this. How often do you singleton? I see your game manager is. I personally use them a lot. I also use them a lot, I think. Maybe too often. I don't know. It's just one of the first ways I learned about trying to connect two scripts easily without events or direct references. And it made sense, and I kept using it for a lot of things. I mean, it's very useful, but there's a clear limitation, and that is that you can't spawn anything in, or you can't have more than one, right? And I've had that problem before where I accidentally I used a singleton for one of my enemies for some dumb reason because I was lazy to connect everything the other way, and it broke immediately because yeah, I had 2 enemies in the game. No, that's the game name, Mr. Human Limits. Yeah, the game's name is actually AVIORUM. I think it's a name that comes from Latin. It means something with birds and something with gold and something like that. And it sounds kind of cool. So that's where we are at. Okay. So our enemy managers should work out. Let's see what happens. I can't remember if there's anything else. Oh wait, we should maybe do enemy data dot is dead false. I don't know why I have this in multiple places, but you know what? It's what it is. Okay. This is another way of them that they can die, so they can also die when the game when the wave ends. Yeah. But I think this is okay. I'm redoing that anyway. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I also have my player as a singleton. So I have a player manager as a singleton, and then I have characters within it. So a lot of the movement and stuff, I actually move the player, and the characters just come along. And I can also switch characters. But yeah, it's a different approach. So my characters are non-singleton, but my player is. Okay. I think your way might be a little nicer for some things. My way is a little bit dodgy. But, you know, as is a lot of things that I do. I do a lot of dodgy things in this game. Okay, so we set the state to inactive, and then we create a new state. Then we can set, if the state is inactive, we are in fact allowed to set a new state. Okay, but that only happens after they have been returned. Okay, so this could work. This guy doesn't use a singleton. He's obviously better than us. How do I handle saving? You see, that's the trick is the trick to handling saving is you just don't save ever at all. That's how I handle it currently. The game doesn't save. See, I found a loophole. Exactly. The trick is, it's a roguelike. You don't need to save. It's fine. When you exit the game, you can't continue your run. It's a commitment-like roguelike. You have to be committed to finishing the game. If you want to take a break, you can pause and leave the game running. But as soon as you exit, you lose your progress. And it's tough like that. Yeah, I'm gonna make a new genre. It's called the commitment like. Basically means as soon as you get up from your computer, everything resets. I remember playing games like that back when I was growing up. I think it was Settlers. We got a demo somewhere of Settlers. And it was quite expensive. You could do a lot of stuff, but you couldn't save. And me and my one friend were playing Settlers, and we just left our computers running for days and days with the game. And then we'd have a power outage or something and lose all the progress, and then we kind of bummed about it. This was like primary school. We were still very small, so we couldn't afford games back then. Okay. Let's see what happens now. Settlers of Catan. That's the board game, right? It's a pretty cool board game. I've only played it once though. The problem with board games is getting people that want to play it with you. I don't have people like that in my life. I'm actually not sure if I'm spawning characters Okay, look at that. Okay, so we are getting new ones. Okay, let's pause the game quickly before it ends. Okay, so the new ones are there. They're just not doing anything, right? So what would be the problem? Okay, so they are not dead. Their health... Oh, their health wasn't reset. That's a problem. Yeah, I actually have Risk. But also nobody wants to play that with me either. The problem is getting people to sit around a board game for 6 hours. That's really the problem. Hey, ZA Shaw. Thanks for the raid, man. I appreciate that. How's it going? Am I exposing the estate in the inspector? I am in debug mode. The game's going pretty well. Well, I finally implemented a object pooling system. And that caused me to break the game. So now I'm trying to figure out why are these guys not interested in coming to hit my character. But I see that when I re-enable them, I don't set their health up. So they are dead, technically. They've got 0 health, which is a problem. Yeah, object pooling is amazing, apparently. I don't know. Like, I should have done this earlier, but, you know, back in the day, I was too dumb to do it. I'm kind of still too dumb to do it. And that's why I followed a tutorial earlier in the stream. I'm learning. Okay, so let's see. What else can I see in here that's obviously a problem? So obviously the health is negative. That's not good. What else? The state is still dead. Oh, you know why? Because the health is negative. Yeah, it figured this out immediately. Okay, so that's a problem. Hey, incredible flying squid. True round. Yo. Okay, so I think those are the 2 things. So it is calculating the distance to the player and all that good stuff. So it's trying that at least. It doesn't seem like I forgot to enable anything. So everything's enabled. I think I just have to reset the health. Because I think they are just dead again. Which probably means a few things. But okay, let's go. So on enable. You know where we should do this? We should do this in the stats. So we have this enemy data script. We should open that script and see what's up with this. Yeah, so we have a bunch of stuff here. Okay, yeah, so we have a awake function where we set all this. We essentially want on enable. And I guess we're just going to do this in on enable now instead, right? Not in awake, because I don't know even why I did that in awake. Okay, so we reset the health. We do something with our movement speed multiplier. I don't know why I have to do this, but I do. I don't think I have to do this. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, looking at stuff you wrote months ago is kind of complicated, right? Anyway, so let's just see if I reset the health, if it does anything. Also, why did they immediately go back to death? Okay, so on death, that's fine. We set the state to dead, and then on enable. Oh, I have the respawn function. Yeah, I run the respawn function. I set the state to idle. Oh, I think this one might have been the cause. So the status effect manager probably had a tick or something happen, and it reset it to death. Or take damage also calls death. Okay, so we just need to make sure that we don't just call death when they respawn. Yeah, we'll try. We'll try. Yeah, I only learned that squids could fly recently. What? Okay, let's see what happens with that small change. Hopefully something cool happens. Okay, we'll just take the Robin again, why not? Okay, so I mean killing them still works pretty well. Seems to at least. Ah, they're still just standing. Okay, wait. Some of them are just standing there. I don't understand this. Why? Okay. I need more time, so let's go to the game manager and just set up the first level to be very long. So I don't... Okay, so something is causing them to not do anything, but I don't know. You know what? I should actually go through every single script. Ah, debugging is the best. Wait, what are you talking about? I should actually go through every one of these scripts because there's probably awake or start functions in each of these. Yeah. That's probably the problem now. Oh yeah, when you actually get the error, because I'm not even getting an error, it's just, everything's fine, it's fine, there's no errors. It's fine, obviously it's fine, you can see it's fine. Okay, so enemy manager, the state machine. Okay, I think I've been through those two. Data, okay, I think I just did this one, so we should be fine there. Movement, that could be a problem, so we'll grab that one. Take damage, maybe, I don't know. Status effect manager, could be that one, who knows. I'm just opening up everything. A buff, okay, they could get a buff, who knows, right, that happens. The coin spawner, I'm pretty sure doesn't really make a difference, but anyway, let's just open that. The nav mesh agent, I'm also not sure, but it could be that the enemy movement script disables this or does something funny. So let's just go through all of these. Okay, so coin spawner. It really doesn't do anything, right? It's just a script that spawns a coin when a function is called. So that's not the problem. Let's exit that one. Okay. Enemy buffs. Okay, so what happens here? We have an update function, we have an apply buff, we have a get buff or get debuff. That doesn't seem to be the problem either. All of this stuff should still work fine. Even when the enemy gets disabled and enabled. Right, so that's not a problem. What about hue? Okay, this is our status effect manager. Okay, so we got a bunch of classes and events. Which... Oh yeah, no, it's just events with their event arguments. Yeah, well, currently... Look, I'm still doing this, right? I only finished it like half an hour ago. So I don't actually have like a reinitialize legitimately. I'm just using on enable at the moment, yeah. So I'm just looking for where I could have potentially missed something. So here's obviously a massive update function because that's the way I roll. And apply. Okay, so none of these have start or initialize or anything. It just checks for status effects and stuff like that from some other place. Quick sneeze. Quick sneeze. Okay, so it doesn't seem like this one's the problem either. Take damage. Oh, okay, that could be a problem. Okay. On enable. Can take damage, true. And we don't need the start, so let's get rid of that. Okay, update, apply hit, all that goodness is fine then. I think this is the one. Enemy movement. There's a lot of stuff here. Yep. Okay. Yeah, this one definitely could be the problem. Okay, so we have it on enable. Right, and on disable. Okay, so let's see. So on enable, we obviously do everything we do in start. That is the way we're going full into the object pooling methodology. Okay, so we set the speed to whatever our manager tells us or our enemy data tells us. Then we register a couple of things. So we should actually deregister them. Okay, deregistered. Okay, this might have been the problem. So normally on start, I would have set the character equal to the selected character, and then they'd know who to go attack, or who to follow, or something like that, right? Am I never setting... No, I think I am in enemy data. So here we have an on enable where we health equals max health. So we do that there. And then I think the manager, the enemy manager itself, has a respawn function where I just make sure it is dead, is false. I set our state to idle, etc. Yeah, so these should work out, right? Okay, so the movement, so now we are setting it up and unsetting it. Anything else? Just some update functions and stuff. I think most of this stuff then should work. Oh, awake. Do basic movements equal true? I'm just gonna put that on the enable. Get rid of awake. Well, I mean it's... Okay, let's leave it there. I don't know. Awake is not start, right? I'm gonna keep it that way. Okay, so this was definitely one of the ones, so that's why they weren't moving, I suspect. And now, I think I've already been here. Yeah, we already do an on enable here. Okay. Okay. Yes, awake happens first, so that's okay. I also don't need to do it more than once, right? Once I've set this, even if I do a disable, it's not like I change this. This is just always true on awake. Okay, so let's stop. Okay, so that's the basic enemy stuff, right? But now we also have some special scripts for each enemy. So for the small enemy, we have simple melee enemy movement, which is just some additional stuff that we might have to check. Simple melee enemy attack and sounds we have to check. Okay, we're gonna... Okay, so this one, yeah, okay. Then we have a start function again. That won't work. On enable. So this is where we set up our agents and stuff. I guess, I mean, if we set this up there, this is just setting stuff up. It shouldn't forget about that, right? Like, all of this stuff should still be set. You put everything into one enemy class. Yeah, that could be a thing. I like abstractions. No. Look. Anything you do is valid. I don't know enough about anything to know whether or not I'm doing it correctly. That might be easier to manage. I can completely believe that. Okay, so technically I don't need to... This is just setting stuff from the manager. So theoretically, if we did this once, it should remember that, and I'm happy with that. So we don't have to worry about the on-enable here. Okay. Then our simple melee enemy attack. Yeah, I know exactly enough to know I don't know enough. I certainly don't know enough. Oh, this could be a problem. Well, no, setting up a mask at start is not a problem. It'll just always be that. Yeah, same with the enemy data. So this start's also not a problem. Because this mask won't change. It's always going to be the player mask. So it's not like something we need to set again when we take it out and put it back in from the pool. So I don't have a problem there. And the sound effects. Oh, okay, the sound effects I kind of want to... Okay, it doesn't have an enable or anything, but I kind of want to make these work with the pooling system as well. Because as far as I know, sound effects kind of spawn in a ton of game objects, which can get a bit much. Okay. Yeah. There, man, Robin. You're making some sense, my man. Yeah, we can do everything in 1,000 different ways. Look, if you can come up with a one-liner that fixes my whole game, I'll flip and I'll take it. But, yeah, unfortunately, doesn't exist. Okay, let's go. Okay, we have 3 minutes now to test this, so... Okay, they're basic. I do take damage, yes. I just had a suspicion now. Okay. So we're already getting... Why are you just standing there? Why? I don't understand. You. What's up, man? I'm stumped. Debug mode. Let's see. What exactly is still the problem here? Okay. According to the manager, you are not doing an action. Your despawn timer has been reset. Everything, according to the manager, is fine. The state machine still thinks you are dead. Okay, that might be part of the problem. The enemy data does not think you are dead, and it did give you your health. So somehow the state machine isn't being set. This is the main issue here. Huh. Okay. Let's do some print debugging. Printf debugging, or whatever you call it. Okay, so my state machine... Oh, wait a minute. I know exactly what the problem is. It just came to me in a vision. So... This is the problem, right? So if you are dead, I don't allow any state changes unless you want to change from the inactive state. However, you die, then you get set into active, so we never get set to the inactive state. So, what if we just do an OR, new state equals state dot okay, there we go. So now we can set our state if our current state is inactive or we're trying to go to the inactive state. So we always are capable of going to the inactive state or setting something from the inactive state. Yes, I do on disable set state inactive. Oh, I could do it in here as well, right? In the state machine itself. As we said, right, we could do this multiple ways. Yeah, so I do on disable set state to inactive, but where do I do that? So right here, right before I put it into the pool, I do set it as inactive. The problem is I'm not allowed because I'm dead. I disallow this in my state machine. Okay, well, that's fine. I should have fixed it now. Drum roll, please. Why is it so cold? Like 0 degrees outside. Ugh, it's terrible. Probably not where you guys are from. Maybe this guy, actually. You're in New Zealand. You're also in the southern hemisphere. So it should be pretty cold there as well. I'm seeing quite a bit of hitching. I don't know what that's about. Okay, so there's some interesting things happening. So some of them are running backwards for some reason. Are you seeing this? Why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand this at all. Like, that's the weirdest one yet. Like, who... Oh, wait. You there. Why are you why are you running backwards? Oh, I know. So, this is a funny one, but the death animation actually rotates the entire model. So when it respawns, it still remembers the model rotation. So this guy over here, the model, if you look at this, so the rotation is negative 166. That's because in the animation for the death, let's see, for the death animation, I think it physically changes the transform, which is kind of weird, but that is what it does. Oh, it changes the rotation. Your model is chill. Oh, you know what, actually, let's stop this. I just remembered something. So for each of the enemies, we also have a model which has a couple of scripts. The animator, for instance, also has a start function. So that's... This reminds me. So this should be an on enable. And let's do an on disable. So... Yeah, that should happen. These two at least should go here, right? Because we are registering and deregistering. And we should also change the rotation. So what we can do here on enable is we can just change the rotation back to 0. Your model bake into pose the rotation on the animation. How does that work? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, wait, I think I know what you mean. I think I've seen this. So if you go to animations, if I find the simple melee enemy death animation. Ah, no. So I click on the animation, right? There's the animation. I think I remember seeing something like that here. But it's not here. Unless it's the controller. Yeah, here you can see average angular speed. That's the 168 that it rotates by in a second. They are humanoids, I'm pretty sure. I actually don't know. They should be humanoids. Okay, but I can fix this. I can still fix this. Right, so we can just grab on enable. We can just do transform dot rotation equals quaternion identity. Wait, is that what I want? Well, I could just do transform dot forward, right? Is vector 3 dot. I actually don't know. 0? I actually don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Because the standard rotation should just be. Okay, well, we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out, don't worry. Don't worry. It's okay. So, if I understand this correctly, so Lizard 2, the rotation, well, I could just make it vector 3.0, right? Because the standard rotation should be nothing for this. Because this is the thing that's turning, right? This little lizard over here. Yeah, so let's just do vector 3 dot. Oh, that is what I did. Okay. Okay, and here we connect and disconnect because you guys said that's good practice. We don't have to change the movement speed when they respawn. That's okay. They should just know their movement speed. That's not a problem. Okay, there's nothing else hiding in here. No. Okay, let's just check. I don't think my animation events have any funny things happening on them. Yeah, no, this is very straightforward. Generally speaking, there's not a lot that can happen there. That I know of, anyway. Okay, let's give it a good old play. Yeah, actually, I don't even know what I imported them as. Okay. You get more options for humanoids. Yeah. Oh, I can totally see that I might have done that. Okay, let's kill a couple of them so we can get new ones spawning, and I want to see if I can find any of them running. Okay, so now we have a new problem. Ah, this is so funny. Okay, you guys seeing the new problem? So now they are facing the correct way. but they're not playing the animations. I shouldn't have done that. So this is probably something to do with this. Maybe that is something I should set. Okay, we can do that then on enable. That's okay. Then we don't need. I think it might be that. It's the animation play speed. Because I tried to scale the player or the replay speed to the actual distance they're moving with some math. Yeah, and I think it just got reset to 0, which is why they weren't moving. No problem, man. I don't mind the back seating. That's how I do most of my stuff. This is how most of this game got made. Yeah, I'm smoking a lot of meth. Mathematics. Okay, I think this is the last thing that's broken. If this works, I'm going to stress test this thing. I'm going to go and add like 1 million characters per second. I want to see if I can get the hitching to come back. Because this game, it was hitching like crazy. Like every time characters were spawned in, or enemies were spawned in, the game would basically freeze a little. Okay, I don't see any enemies not doing their running animations. They do come to me, they do attack me, I still take damage. I think we've done it. Well done, everybody. Well done. I just need to do this for all the enemies. Now, most of the enemies do share a manager and all these things, the basic stuff. They might just have a few additional scripts for the more complicated enemies. So we'll have to get into that as well. But yeah. Oh no, I'm out of spell juice, so I can't leave bombs behind. I can still do backflips though, because I have some stamina left. Okay, cool. Let's get a bit crazy, shall we? So the pooler works. Let's see if we can make it break. Let's see what are the limits of the pooler. How do I do this again? Okay, I need to go into my level. So this is not base level. This is just tower entrance. So level 1. We grab the spawn manager. Let's just put a 0 on these things, right? So enemies per second 50. Total enemies 500. Now, obviously, this is probably going to break the game a little bit because having 500 enemies in the game is... What? Main purpose for pooling is the GC is a little biatch. The GC. What is the GC? Game... Oh, garbage collector. Yes. But I also noticed that just spawning in new enemies was quite hitching. Was hitching a lot as well. Because whenever I would spawn a massive group of enemies at once, the whole game stutters. Which is not garbage collecting, but I'm hoping that just enabling and disabling enemies instead of instantiating them every time is a little bit more performant. I am hopeful that that is the case. I don't know if that is the case, but we'll see. We shall see. Yeah, because I can kind of understand why it's a lot of work. Like, it needs to get the whole flippin' enemy, right? And there's a lot of things going on with that enemy. Okay. This is going to be rough. We might lose a character or two. Let's get our let's just get the infirmary up and running just in case. Okay. We're going to go with the Robin to start with. Okay, let's see. So it might still hitch a little bit. Okay, wait. I want to do game. I want to see my stats. Okay, so it's definitely, yeah, it's causing massive hit. Like, look at that frame drop every time enemies spawn. Yeah, and at this point, I should be getting some other things going for my... Holy moly, this is so laggy. Okay, you know what another problem is? I'm spawning in a ton of coins without pooling as well. The coins could also be doing this. Ah, that's a smooth 11 frames per second. Oh, I could do that, hey. X enemies per frame. I did that when I built... Oh, I died. Something definitely happened. Oh, this is horrible. Yeah, okay, so half of my problem here... Wait, what are my stats now? Hey, a smooth 10 frames per second. I think this is completely playable. Am I on top of the enemies? I might be on top of them. They're so densely packed, my character got pushed up into the air. Okay. So I should also... Ah, 200... You get 200 frames per second. It's quite comparable. I'm glad to hear that. So I don't have to worry about it too much. Okay, but obviously I still have a ton of other things that spawn into the game, like visual effects and the little coins and things like that, which all take up resources, right? So I should also 1 eye per second, yeah, two frames per second, so each eye can watch a frame at a time. Okay, like I knew this was gonna be a thing. How do you do enemies per frame though? That's an interesting concept. I'm not entirely sure how that would even go. I don't really need to do enemies per frame, I don't think, because that was kind of just me being ridiculous. The normal 5 enemies per second is not really that bad. Like yeah. If it really becomes a problem. Okay, I see. Okay, no, that makes sense. That's actually not that bad. It's also not that required, to be honest. Because normally the max amount of enemies I can spawn at any frame is about 5. Because that is my standard spawn rate. Okay. Yeah, but for that amount of enemies, we should probably be looking at some other things like... what do you call it? ECS or dots, so, you know, all those multi-threading solutions. But that's just being able to do all the calculations for the sheer amount of enemies on the field. But as I understand, there's quite a lot of complexity to that system, which I'm not sure I can handle. Okay, but the object pooler is working for our small enemy. Let's get some other things object pooled, right? The one would be our coin. Right, our little coin. So let's see. When we make a coin... Okay, so we have a start on enable. Okay, so essentially we want... yeah, we want both of these things to be in on enable. Getting the player layer, that we can just do once. We don't need to do that multiple times. Okay, so we have an on enable, on disable. We basically just want to deregister from this event, like the good people we are. Oh, that's true, eh? If you make it spawn dependent, you make it frame dependent. If somebody just runs the game at a shitty frame rate, they're actually gonna get less enemies. That is true. Okay, so we just get a start, just a move direction, which is just a random vector that we generate when we... This is basically when the coin spawns, right? So when the coin spawns into the game, it pops in and pops into some direction, right? Okay, update can be picked up. So some place we destroy it. This is the place we destroy it. So let's not destroy it. So we want object pool manager dot return object to pool game object. Okay, just return the coin. Where do we spawn the coin though? That's a good question. So we should actually know, where are they instantiated? I think it's the coin spawner, isn't it? On the enemy. Each enemy has a coin spawner. A little purse that explodes when they die. That's what everybody's wallets will do, right? If you die with a wallet full of coins, it explodes and all the coins fly out. So let's go see. Yeah, the coin spawner is on every character. Hello D's, that's level of detail. Okay. Great for GPU, terrible for RAM. That's why you don't carry cash, eh? On the odd chance of your wallet exploding on death. Okay, so this is where I instantiate it. So instead of instantiating, I want to do game object pool manager dot spawn object. Yeah, and then spawn object takes the prefab, position, and rotation. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah. So it's nice that it's written in a way that it basically replaces the instantiate one for one. That is kind of nice. Okay, so now my coins will be a little bit more performant. Well, at least, they won't flip and do whatever they do. So that's fine. Okay, so now creating and destroying coins should work pretty good. Okay, what's my next concern? I think it's sound. Yeah, let's go to our sound manager and think about that one for a bit, eh? Because my sound effects... I have no idea how sound effects actually work, though. They're not animated, no. Not really, no. So if you look at the coin, it gets so yeah, it's not animated. I'm just doing a bunch of moving of the coins in the update function. So I just move them. So when you die and your wallet explodes, right, the coins just move away a little bit. So that's the first animation. And then when you pick up, they fly towards you and then into the sky. That's all they do. The rest of the time they just sit there and glow. So they do have a glow. Yeah, so they have a little mesh, obviously. And they have a little glow. But that's it. So it does have a particle system. I can do what? I can do the update loop in coins with update coin and iterate through your pool and manually update the coins. Okay, yeah. So what you're effectively saying is instead of having each instance of the coin yeah, so instead of having each instance of coin have an update function, you maybe just have a list of all the coins somewhere, like in a pool, and then you iterate through that list to do whatever it needs to do, right? I think you can do the same thing with moving enemies and stuff like that. Like you have enemies and you have an enemy mover that moves them around instead of each of them deciding where they want to go and when. Oh, okay, so we can still do... Yeah, so each coin can still do their own thing. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I don't want to get bogged down with... Oh, okay. Okay. No, I see what you're saying. I don't want to get bogged down, so I want to be careful. I don't want to get bogged down into... what is it called? Optimization, just yet. Like, I understand that I can optimize things. Like, that's always possible. But my real goal is to have a playable demo of the game within the next few months, right? So I can get some feedback. Yeah, so I do take note of that. Thanks for the feedback. But yeah, I have a feeling that I'm probably going to have to go through a whole performance arc where I just look at how I can improve the performance of the game. And that's probably going to be a lot of work at some point in the future. Well, for now, I think it's more important that I get a playable demo out to people so that I can actually get some feedback on the actual things that... Because people will forgive a little bit of a performance hitch for a fun game, right? But a good performing bad game, nobody's going to care about anyway, so what's the point? Yeah. Yeah. So, but like, the one performance thing I knew I had to do, and I decided to do it today, was the pooling. Right? So at least that is now in, and I can slowly convert everything to use the pool system. And then in the future, if there's like a game-breaking performance issue, I'll definitely look into it. Okay, so now at least the coin should work. Okay, sound. Sound is the other thing that I'm a bit concerned about, because I've seen this sound manager generate a literal ton of little sound effects, and then I delete them again. Yeah, I wrote a script that's called delete audio source. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, so every time... Okay, so I create a new audio player. Huh. Yes, I wonder if this is going to be as simple as I think it should be. So the first thing is right here. Game object. So I want to create this game object, right? So that is still kind of the thing I want to do here. So, but I do game object. Not like that. Game object. Game object equals object pool manager dot spawn object of type audio player. I don't actually know. Oh, no. I create a new object called audio player. And that's what I did here. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, here I add the component audio source. But if I just create one that is an audio source, that should work, right? I don't know. Technically, this could be a thing. Type prefab. I don't know if I... Oh, I need a prefab. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Okay, so this is not going to go well. So how do we create a prefab then? Or do I just create a new... And when I have my audio mixer and setting. Yeah, this is now a complicated one. So we essentially create a new game object and then we add a component. So I'm like creating the prefab or something. I'm creating the object in code instead of having a prefab that I pass into the sound manager. That's what I seem to be doing here. So maybe I should create a prefab, which is my audio player, right? And then I can do something with that. Then I can, no wait. Yeah. This is now where it gets funny. I can still set everything. Okay, let's try this. I'm just gonna go, and if it doesn't work, sorry. So, but if I do a create empty here, and I call this my audio player, right? That is what I kind of called it there. Yeah. So audio player, and then I make a prefab out of it. So on this thing, I add a source, right? I want a source. Audio source. Okay. So the resource we don't know. The output I don't even know. Like all of the settings I set in code, so that I just at least have it there. Okay, and then I can add this to my prefabs folder, which it's just like a general prefab. I don't even know if I have something like that. You know what? It's just gonna go straight into the prefab folder. There we go. So now we have an audio source or audio player prefab. And then in my sound manager, we add a serialized field. Now, we add a game object, audio player. Okay, so that's my prefab, right? Do I ever use resources? No. Not because I don't want to, but because I don't really know what they are. It's a toughie, right? It's a bit of a toughie. I don't know what they are, and I'm also not very sure how to use them. Oh, I could just use audio source here, huh? Audio player, and it'll grab the component immediately. Okay, that's cool. Okay, then over here, what I can do is essentially I can do audio source equals. Okay, now I want my object pool manager dot spawn object, and I can give it an audio source type. Okay, and the audio. Okay, wait. Now I need to put in audio player. Yeah, I did generics because of the tutorial. I don't don't flatter me too much. Okay. So get an audio player. Do we give it a... I think we just give it a position, right? Yeah. So we give it a position. We give it a quaternion identity rotation. And the pool type is going to be object pool manager dot pool type. This is the sound effects pool. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Okay, cool. So now we created an audio source. And then I guess I kind of don't need this anymore. And I just want to do all of this. Is that correct? So we just change the clip, volume, priority, all that good stuff of the audio source. T where T is the WTF is this. What are you talking about? I'm not completely... Are you talking about this? Yeah, it might not have been completely necessary. I don't know. But the idea is... so we return some type, some generic thing. We can also take a generic thing, but we check. So this is just for safety. We make sure that the type we get is a component. So audio source or something like that. And not some random thing like a float or an integer or something weird. Because technically it will allow that. So this is just keeping our type safety as far as I understand. That's how I understand it, yeah. But hey, like I said, I'm not... this comes from a tutorial. Oh, this one, yeah. Yeah, so that is the type that you can give the spawn object. This is the type that the spawned object can return. No, you never did. You just banged your head until it worked. Good on ya. That sounds like a miserable existence. Okay. So now we just need to delete audio source. We need to see what this does. So I think this thing just checks if it's playing. If it's stopped playing, it does GameObject.destroy. But that's bad, right? This is not what we want. We want to do... We could do this in another way, I guess. We now do object pool. Come on, man. Object pool manager dot return object to pool game object, right? So we just do that instead. So we take it out of the pool, we play the sound. When the sound's done, we return it to the pool. This might also not be one of those bad things that I do, but, you know. I actually don't know why I do it like this, to be honest. That seems bad. Anyway, I'm going to leave it like that for now. Let's see if any of this works. Are there any funny... Okay, we just need to put in the audio player prefab so it knows. We also don't need any of this now, hey? I don't think so. This might just work. We'll see. Let's save everything and let's go wait for Unity to compile. Then we give it the audio player prefab. Okay, so our sound manager, you want audio player prefab. There we go. Okay, let's listen to... So I did a couple of things now, actually. I did the coins and the... Yeah, this is a generic pooler. It just keeps pools of anything. Yeah, so you'll see in the pooler... You have object pools, so you can do whatever you want. It does seem kind of legit. I wouldn't know, because... you know. Let's use somebody else. Let's take the duck out for a spin. Oh! Damn! What is happening here? Delete audio source scripts are being added... What? To the sound manager? Oh, wow. Okay, wait, I did something wrong there. Whoopsie daisies. Whoopsie daisies. Okay, that means none of these will ever get... Okay. I've made an error. Yeah. Okay, I see where I made the error. There should be audio source dot a game object add component delete audio source. I don't know if you could just easily wait or check if it's done playing. I don't know. I have no idea how to check if it's done playing simply. But this, I mean, this will work. It just seems a little bit meh. Yeah. Yeah, I just check is playing. So essentially I check is playing and then I deactivate it in the pool, right? I return it to the available pool stuff. For now, okay, that's okay. That's essentially all this script is doing. Okay, so I added that to the wrong place. That's good. Okay, there's no audio source attached. That's what the error was about as well. Ha ha ha. I see. The sounds were playing though. They just would never go... Wait, yeah, they'll never go back to the pool, so we'll just continuously spawn new ones. Never put them back in the pool and never delete them either. So that would have been a bit messy. Okay, Mr. Duck, you didn't have a good chance at the previous round, so let's try again. Okay, we can still hear. I hear all my sound effects. Get it! Yeah! Okay, I see a problem. So some of these... So the enemies that come back from the pool are still gushing blood. Look at them. It's like, I'm fresh. Not that fresh, it seems. Yeah, okay. So I need to figure that out as well. Okay, so my status effects are not being removed, it seems. I'm gonna die very soon. My stamina is almost out, and once the stamina is gone. Yeah, look, they still... Okay, so it seems like they're not taking damage, but the visual effect is still playing. Okay, I ran out of stamina. This is the end. You can do it. Only 1.5 minutes. Yeah, he can't do it. He's gonna die. And that. Okay. Also, it seems like the game doesn't quite pause when the screen pops up after you died. Okay, I'll come fix that now. I'm gonna go use the restroom quickly, so give me 2 minutes, and I think I'll grab myself another cup of tea. It sounds good. Okay, so I'll be back in a bit. I have returned. Okay. Okay, I need to fix the gaping chest wound. But I think this is a problem with the effects in general. Yeah, so let's just look at an enemy. Okay, so if you look at an enemy, so we have this, well, all the different effects that they can have. So it's the bleed, stun, fire, or whatever, and then obviously we just play them in a loop. So let's just see. We should have on the enemy an effect manager, right? Any status effect manager, yeah, well, that's it. Let's just see why this thing is not switching off when they die. Okay, so effectively what we want is this, right? When remove enemy effects is called, I guess this is not always called. But you know what, we can just do an on disabled instead. Yeah. So it just sets it to none. So then if okay, so effectively it does that. So okay, we can just do yeah, okay, so it needs to do all of this stuff. So we want, yeah, everything to be switched off. Oh, wait. I see. The bleed visual effects, I don't switch it off. So here, bleed effect visual. I don't set it to active when I don't have any. Yeah, so we have poison. I switch that off. Bleed, I didn't switch that off. I do have it now. And stunned, I also don't switch off the fire. Oopsie. Okay. Effect visual dot game object dot set active false, right? Yeah, so if we set our status effect to none, we should deactivate those as well. Okay. I think I do deactivate them somewhere else maybe, but yeah, I should deactivate them there. Because this is called when the character dies. I remove the visual effects anyway. Right? So in the enemy manager, yeah, whenever they die, I remove it. So it wasn't removing it for the blood and the fire. Although I couldn't see that previously. But now it should work. If on equals off. Yes. Exactly. What you meant to say was if on not equal off. Right, you can do that. You can do full on off. Right, and then you can say on off equals false, and then you can do on off. What is it? It's something like that. Then it changes the state. I don't know what that means. I don't know. I've never done this before. I've just seen it being done. But I don't need to do that, so I'm just going to get rid of it. Just pretend it wasn't there. Okay, so the gaping wounds now should work out. Okay, you know what I want to do? I want to play a couple more levels. so we can actually see some of the other enemies spawn in and, you know, just have a bit of time. On equals, not on off. Oh, okay, that's the one I wanted then. Oh, the other one was all equals or something like that, eh? I don't know what that meant. Unity was happy to have me, to give it to me, but yeah, I don't know what it means. Okay, so let's just make the first level 30 seconds again, because we're not testing anything there. And let's give the game a good old play. A normal good old play, right? Let's just see how the game goes. I'm curious to see if the frogs and the Komodo dragons work. They might not. But we'll notice that soon enough. Okay, so we can unlock a little bit of the hospital. We can unlock some of the gym. Make our observation deck open. We can unlock the spa, because it's the only one we have. Okay, there we go. Nice amenities. You know, let's go with the owl for the first level. Owl's not great in the first level, but we'll go with the first level owl. Rob, you can go to the gym, do some jump rope stuff. You can go there, you can sit there. There we go. Start level. Yeah, okay. The owl is not good at dealing with these small lizards. Only that ability can do it, really. Oh, now we can see actually if the effects work out. Or if they come back burning. Okay, stop doing that. I didn't see any of them burning, but yeah, it's a bit weird. Okay, let's see. What do we want here? More damage? Not really. Let's give him some armor. Spell damage, that's pretty nice. Stamina regen. Yeah, why not? More spell damage. Movement speed's always nice. What do you want, Mr. Joel? Or Mrs. Joel? Or whatever you want to call yourself? Realistically, not stamina. This bird's got a ton of it. This bird has got a ton of everything. She's completely broken. Okay, next level. Okay, cool. So Rob is a little bit tired, but you know he's up for the task. Joel, you can, I don't know, you can go watch the fight again. Pete over here can go do some more kills, and you can go there. Okay, that's okay. So all of the spawning should still be happening. Actually, I want to see what is my cooler looking like. So there's no sound effects. Is it? Oh, it's all in-game objects. Okay, I might just be... Oh! Okay. Also, I'm adding a delete audio source every single time. You know what? I'm dumb. Okay, I'm just going to stop it there. Since I have a prefab, I could just... yeah. Let's just add it here. Once, and then I don't do it anywhere else. So we do it once here, right? So it can do that. Okay, and then in my sound manager, I shouldn't be adding it because every time it reuses one of those, it adds another one of those. Okay, so that's bad. Also, no, when this gets deactivated, it shouldn't continuously run, right? It's only going to continue, yeah. I think that makes sense. In my head, at least. Also, yeah, okay. They're also in the wrong place, but anyway, let's just try this. Why are they in the wrong place, though? Do I not tell that it's a sound effect? Yeah, I do. So why does it not put it in the sound effect pool holder? Might have made a bit of a problem. Okay, well we can look into it now. It's not the biggest problem. Okay, trying to return. Okay, this is because I have this prefab in here. Well, I have an instance of it in there. Okay, let's try again. Okay, no issues. No issues. Okay, let's get our gem on. Okay, I'm just upgrading all these things now to the max. Nice looking spore. Okay. Close the shop. You can go there, you can go there, you can go there, you can go sit and watch. Start level. Okay. So now we're getting a different problem. Okay, who's causing this? Okay, so this is happening because it returns to the pool objects which do not belong to a pool. Oh, this audio player got activated again. Why? That's interesting. Okay. Oh, it got activated. Okay, I just need to remove that thing, it seems. Okay, that's a bit much. So I'm just gonna delete this. Wait. Did I not put a prefab in there? I actually put that audio player in there. Oh, damn. Okay, that's bad. I didn't put the actual prefab in. So I was creating copies of that one, if I understand it correctly. Okay, let's try that again. Small things, eh? Okay. Yeah, you can go sit on the chair, you can go there, you can go there, you can go there. Let's give it a go. Okay, so we don't have any issues there. I don't know why it keeps telling me look rotation is 0. Why does it give me a log? Okay, let's try this. If it's not equal to 0 when you enable it, I don't know if that makes any sense. Set it to 0. This is just on enable. So sometimes it starts off as being 0 and that's not a problem. Other times it doesn't. Okay, so let's just do that. Okay, Mr. Game. I'm not going to unlock any furniture right now. I'm just going to play. I want to see what happens. Get through this quickly. Okay, next level. Don't worry about that. Let's just get going. Okay, so it still tells me that every single time, which I don't really understand. Will it forever do that? It doesn't seem to be a problem, but it is annoying me. Also, where are my sound effects ending up here? Are they in the correct place in the pooler? No, they are not. Okay, but if I look at one of the sound effects, okay, they don't look weird. Okay, so they are being set correctly, it seems. Okay. Let's just go to the next level. Okay. This lock position thing is annoying me, but anyway. I mean, it all seems pretty good. I wonder what will happen if... Like, does this game objects thing just get infinitely large? Well, I guess it's always going to try and pull from here first before it spawns a new one, right? So if there is a situation where everything got pulled, it'll only create new ones then. But it will never clear this again. Yeah, I don't know if it has to clear it necessarily, but I am thinking about that. Okay, so let's see. Now there should be some frogs up in here. Okay, we got a frog. I killed it immediately. Yeah, but they are working. Sound effects are working. Everything seems fine. Ah, my coins stopped working. Wouldn't you... What? Why would the coins have stopped? Oh, that is interesting. I'm a little confused. Why did the coins stop spawning? Holy moly. Okay, so the ranged bomber enemies... Okay, let's just do another round. Just see if the coins come back. Oh, wait. No, they don't. Okay, so... Not entirely sure why that would have happened. Okay, so the coins don't get pulled from the... That's such a weird thing to have happen now. Okay, also this look rotation thing is annoying. Why do you feel like you need to do this? Look rotation viewing vector is 0. Why do you tell me that? I don't understand why. Okay, yeah, so it spawns reinforcements, obviously. And then it tells me that the look rotation is 0. Why? Okay, it seems like it is this over here. Transform that forward. This should be... Okay, so it's the enemy animator. And the enemy animator, as far as I am concerned, is connected to this over here. So it should be this transform that it's changing. Okay. What we could also try in enemy animator, instead of doing it like this, we could do... on disable, maybe? Ah, jeez. I'm just gonna try something. So what I'm thinking is, okay, so after the character has died, we try to disable them, and then the vector is not equal to 0, so we just set it to 0 so that they face the right direction again. That's what I'm thinking should happen there. The coins, I have no idea why that stopped working. Like, everything else was still spawning, but not the coins. Also, my sound effects are not going to the right place, which also doesn't make a lot of sense. So according to me, if you look at your object pool... Okay, so anytime we spawn an object, right? So let's see. So we have... Okay, we don't use these at all. So, but this one is called with the audio source, right? Because we are specifically spawning a audio source, right? Okay, then we call from here, and we do give it a pool type. Yeah, so we gave it everything it needed. So it has the type, position, rotation, and a pool type. And we said it should be the sound effects pool. Okay, so then it comes in here, it calls the top one with a pool type. So over here we go. Okay, we have a default, but we still get a pool type. Okay, so let's see. If object pools key objects to spawn, create pool, a pool type. Okay, so that works. So I'm thinking it's somewhere here. Set parent objects. I think it's that thing that's not happening correctly. So set parent object is called when we return the object to pool. Okay, and it's also okay when we create an object. Okay, and when we create an object, okay, so we have two ways of creating an object, either via this one, where we need to get the parent and then set it to that parent. Which we do. Okay, where is this called? Oh, it's in the create func. Yeah, we keep giving the pool type, so I don't understand. So we call create object when we create a pool with the pool type. right there. So I mean, it keeps getting the pool type, and this switch case seems correct. Unless sound effects empty. I mean, maybe I was dumb. So, yeah, we set the correct. Yeah. It is there. It's correct. It's corrected correctly. That's so weird, right? So the only place I see this breakdown is over here, where we set the parent object. But it shouldn't break down. So object transform set parent object. We do set it. That's strange. Okay, so what if we made it yeah, even if I remove that, this thing still gets... Okay, we just need to make sure we... Okay, so this is still called from here. So it creates a pool. The create pool is called from here with a pool type. This spawn object is called from two places. And we did give it a pool type in both of these. Well, not always, but we do. How does it lose the pool type? I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense to me. Because it does call this one, so it is calling the right thing. Wait, I don't need that. No. I don't understand. I don't know if that's a problem. So what if I did something like... Okay, so let's try something else as well. So what I'm going to try is, let's say I want all my coins to spawn in a specific place as well. So what if I just added to the pooler just an empty, and I called this the coins, right? And I want all my coins to end up there. Now I'm just going to try this. Yeah, actually, how would I reference that? Yeah, I'm not sure how I will reference that, because the coin... So basically what we would need is the coin spawner should, instead of a position, give a parent. Okay, I know that's not going to work for me. Okay, so that's not the way I should do it. Okay, so what I should do instead... Okay, so let's try that instead. Let's try something else, right? We're going to make this work some way or another. Okay, let's just get rid of that. So we go into the pooler, and effectively what we want is a private static game object called coins empty. I don't know why we call it coins empty. It's probably something. Okay, and we have coins, right? So now we have a new pool type. It's a type of coins. Okay, and what we need to do is when we set the parent, we just need to make sure this case is also here. Okay, so if the type is coins, we put it into coins empty, right? So that's the next thing. Okay, and then right here, we need to create the coins game object. So coins empty. Okay, create this. And we set the parent to the empty holder. Okay, so now we should be able to add coins to coins instead, right? So in our coin spawner, we can give a pool type of coins. Right, so now the coins would always spawn in their own little thing. Okay. And when we remove them, this might be it actually. I think you need to give it a pool type when you remove them. Ah, maybe that is the problem. I think I created them in the right place, but when I removed my stuff, I removed them back to the wrong place. Okay, but anyway, we put that there. And that could mean my sound effects do the same thing. So I need to give it a object pool manager sound effects. Because that's the pool we need to return this to. Yeah, that might be it. I might have created them correctly, but then as soon as I need to return them to the pool, I threw them in the wrong pool. I threw them in the default pool. Yeah. I think that could have been the problem. Okay, well, let's see how this works. So I don't want to do too many fancy things. I just want to play the game and see what's going to happen now. I think it was on the third level when the frogs came in that the coins stopped working, right? Okay, so let's see. Okay, so we clearly still get coins. We still hear sound. Our enemies are still spawning. Okay, that's good. If I pick up coins. Okay, the look rotation thing is still happening. That's annoying, but not the end of the world at the moment. Okay, let's just pause a bit. Let's look at our pooler. So we have, there we go. Our sound effect now has sound effects in it. Our coins have all our coins, and our game object has all our game objects. Okay, so I'm doing something better. Yeah. Now I don't think anything should stop working. Okay, and okay. So one thing that did stop working is this look rotation thing doesn't actually work. That's a bit annoying. Okay, so let's just go. Yeah, so we have backwards running lizards now. And I mean, I can click on any one of them, and I can quickly show you why. Wait. Where are we? Okay, there's the player. Yeah, so if you click on any one of them, the model itself got rotated, yeah. So the enemy is pointing in the direction they should, but the model isn't. That's kind of annoying, but that is exactly what is happening here. Wait, did my coins stop working again? Okay, so it seems like respawned enemies don't spawn coins again. So the coin manager somehow is broken. Okay, so the coin manager is not doing the thing they do. So coin spawner. Okay, so spawn coin. This is getting called at some point, I guess. Okay, so on death, we grab the coin spawner, and we spawn a coin. Like, we should still be dying, shouldn't we? Like, the death function is still running. Yeah, maybe we're not even calling this function. Okay, let's try debug.log here. And let's just do coins should spawn. Okay, and that's the one thing. And then this rotation thing is very annoying. I'm not even gonna lie. Okay, so taking that, so on disable didn't work, right? If I do it on enable, it might work. We could do it on update, maybe? Like we do with the local position. Maybe we do that on update. So if transform dot rotation, no, dot forward. Well, we could do rotation, right? It's not equal to quaternion. I don't know if this maybe is the thing we should be doing, setting it to rotation identity something, I don't know. Let's just see what that does, right? Maybe this is the way we do it. Okay, then my coin spawner. Okay, I just put a debug statement there now for debugging purposes, right? Okay. Oh! That's interesting. So now they're always looking forward. So that's what quaternion does. But why though? Why? Let's see. Okay, so let's go look at one of these enemies. Okay, so you have a rotation, clearly. But I guess, yeah, it always offsets it. Interesting. So that's what that does. Okay. Yeah, so we want to set the rotation to 0. Well, yeah, if you put it to identity, it always looks into one direction. We actually just want... I don't understand why this is so complicated with this damn rotation thing. Okay, so what if we do... Not Okay, so could we get dot a specific component, right? So if y is not equal to 0, Okay, so this just... Okay. Can we do that? I don't think you can. Okay, so we want a new quaternion that is just 0, 0, 0, 0. I guess. But I think I can do this on enable. I only need to do this once, right? The animation wouldn't break this as we go. Okay, let's try that one. Let's give it a go. Still didn't test the coins though, so it might still be broken. We'll see now. Alright, so they do look at me. They're not fighting the rotation in any weird way. Didn't think so. So this is just set as 0 first off, and then that's it. Okay, let's kill a few and see what happens. Queen should spawn. Okay. Okay, I haven't had this lizard respawn yet, so I couldn't see if it respawned correctly. Okay, so coin should spawn is running. Ah, okay, so coins should spawn is running, but there's clearly no coins spawning, right? Okay, but everybody is at least... Okay, so they are being reset at the start, so the enabling for resetting their rotation is at least working, right? Okay, so that's good. And as you can see, we are getting coin should spawn. So it's not like the function isn't calling. We are getting the function call for the coin spawner. So this happens. This is just failing. And I don't understand why. Unless... Were they spawning somewhere else? Okay, wait a minute. Transform.position. Where's it getting this from? Oh, that's the position of the enemy. Right, because it's connected to the enemy, this coin spawner. Okay, so that's definitely then a problem with my pool. It doesn't want to grab the coins. That's very strange. Because this is running, definitely. So everything up to here is working. I don't know if the... No, it should always spawn at least one coin. Or an amount of coins. Unless the spawn coin function is being called with an amount that's... Enemy data coin drop amount. Could it be spawning it with 0 coin drop amount from the enemy data? That is not entirely impossible. Ha. Okay, maybe I should check that. Okay. So that is my next thing. So maybe amount's just 0. Okay, so what we can do is coin should spawn plus amount. Maybe it forgets how many coins to spawn and it just spawns nothing. Okay, that's my theory. It's weird that they would. Why would it forget that though? It's not something it should forget. I don't think I reset that, do I? Well, let's see. Okay, so let's play. So this happens specifically on the second level. It appears. It's not a first level problem, but from the second level on, it seems like my coins are just broken. Okay, so let's just. Okay, so clearly we get coins and the amounts are correct. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, they're already not spawning. They are spawning with the correct. That is so bizarre. Are they spawning somewhere else? Okay, let's go to our object pools, coins. Okay, so here we have all our coin clones. Okay, damage numbers. Yeah, so it's getting the right. Now a few spawned. Okay, wait. Now it stopped again. Oh, I know. It's because I'm dumb. That's the problem. I did exactly the same thing I did previously. Despawn timer doesn't get reset. This is exactly the same thing I did. So they spawn and despawn immediately. Ah, my word. I mean, that's such a flippin'. Okay. I just want to see this work, and then I need to go. Let me see if this works. Yeah, I should have really looked at it sooner, like in the hierarchy. Because once I saw it flashing, I knew exactly what was happening. It was spawning a coin and then just making the coin go away. So yeah, so as soon as it started using coins from the pooling system, they just immediately disappeared. Yeah. So yeah, so a lot of these coins wouldn't disappear because obviously they haven't been picked up. But as I spawn new ones... Okay, so I still see the same problem. Yeah, it's clearly not spawning coins. Okay, so I should also on enable do this. Oh, and jeez. Yeah, picked up all of the stuff I need to. All these booleans can be picked up. Okay, yeah. So if player collided, these two. Okay, but when I re-enable it, these two need to switch off. So false can be picked up. True. Okay, so those two must be swapped around when we pick up. Okay. Pickup timer. Okay, so pickup timer needs to be reset as well. Ah, jeez. Yep, there we go. Because we incremented. Okay, so the pickup timer should be reset as well. And then distance to player, that won't matter. Move up. If, okay, move up equals true. Okay, so that's another thing. Why do I have so many booleans and stuff? Okay, so move up needs to be enabled. Unenabled needs to be false. So I think I got them all. Yeah, so we get a move direction, we get move up. Despawn timers reset. Pickup timer picked up, can be picked up. Okay. All of them are now reset to their original values. And I don't think there's anything else. Anything else will be... It's kind of weird that I couldn't see it. Oh, you know what? I know what the problem is. Transform.position. Maybe that was the problem. No, when I spawn it in, it should get a new position, shouldn't it? But maybe it doesn't. It might not actually get a new position when I spawn it in. Okay. Coin spawner. Now we do give it a new position. Yeah, okay. No, so we do give it a new position, so hopefully it uses that. Okay, somehow spawning in coins became the most difficult thing this morning. So let's see again. Okay, we'll just... Yeah, let's go with the ranger because she's got the high scavenging, so more coins. Okay, so they are picked up immediately. Which I don't think that's what I want. Well, honestly, I don't really know. Okay, let's see when they die. Oh, that looked like a proper coin explosion. Okay, those ones wouldn't have exploded because they... Okay, let's just see. Okay, yeah, no, there are coins spawning. Yeah, and if we go to our pooler and we look at the coins, we should see them going on and off as we expect them to. Okay. Okay. Everything's working again. I like to think that it's smoother. Might not be, but it feels a bit smoother. Wisdom. Lifesteal. Ooh. Just like it. That frog had a ton of coins in his pocket. Okay. We've done it, people. It's been done. Get rid of that tower. It gives them speed boosts. Look at all this money. Okay, great stuff. So sound effects are pooling. coins are pooling, enemies are pooling. There's probably some other things. So I think the next important one would be projectiles. So like the bombs, the arrows, everything that gets thrown around shouldn't have to be spawned from scratch every time. So I think that's the next thing we should think about. Anything that spawns anything. So the bombs are the next thing that I know, and the arrows for the ranger, for instance, as well as things like I don't know how to do particle effects or systems like that. I'm just assuming that Unity handles that for you, because I'm just using the particle system, right? I don't know how, unless I have multiple particle systems that I want to use. But they're already attached to a game object like an enemy, so they get loaded with the enemy. But maybe people do this in a different way as well, so I guess you can use particle systems like that. Yeah. Okay, everybody. Let's see if there's anybody online. Oh, somebody is making furniture. Okay, wait, let's see. Booyah Grandma. Okay, we'll go raid them, I guess. Why not? Why not? Yeah. Okay. Cool, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me today. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day or evening or whatever you are up to right now. Cheers.